you picked?
Today is October 21st, 1987.
Yeah, this is the 21st, October.
Sir, what's your full name?
Miller E. Maddox.
Miller.
Miller E. You want it? S-T or E-S-T-E. Maddox. M-A-D-D-O-X.
M-A-D-D-O-X. Okay. Sir, where were you born?
I was born in Louisiana.
And when's your birthday?
Well, February 1901. February the 28th.
Who was your father?
My father? Yeah. His name was
No.
Robert. Oh, you want this? Is that going on now?
Picture, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, my father was Robert Gwynn Maddox. Excuse me, I didn't know that was going on at that time.
Okay. And who's your mother?
My mother is, her name was Elizabeth, well, Maddox, her name was. I can't remember the other name.
Okay. Were they both from Louisiana?
Yeah, they're both.
Mm-hmm. 1901. Where were you born? What part of Louisiana?
Alexandria, Louisiana.
And what type of work did your father do?
Well, he was worked on a farm. He was farming at first. Then the high water come by and washed over the levees and just washed everything he had out. He said, "The hell with the farm now. We're going to move the town." And that's what we did.
What year was that?
Well, I was 1 year old at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And so, well, I don't know just exactly what that was.
Tell him about the cemetery being across, that nobody's buried there in
Yeah.
the town. They have to be buried across the river.
Yeah. Well, Alexandria, you know, old Ripley had a column at once there on that. And he had at Alexandria, Louisiana, a population of 40,000 people, and nobody's buried over in that part.
Why?
Well, they took them all over the Pineville and buried across the river, across the Red River. And that's why they all buried.
Mm-hmm.
And that's,
We went in the Confederate room up there. He's got relatives in the Civil War.
well, yeah, I'll show him that now.
Did you go to school in Alexandria?
Yeah.
What year did you graduate from high school?
I didn't graduate from high school. I
You
quit
didn't?
when I was in the 6th grade, and I was in pretty bad shape between another fellow and myself. And the professor back there, I won't give you the politics of my stuff, and I quit. And my dad told me, he said, what do you want to do? You want to go in the Navy, or do you want to go back to school? I said, I want to go back in the Navy. So that's when I went in.
What year did you join the Navy?
When I joined the Navy, it was in, well, what was it? Oh, it was in February 1901.
No, that's when you were born.
Born. Yeah, well, I was born then, but I joined the Navy in 1900. Golly, what did I go back? Well, it was in
How old were you?
19. It was in 1918 when I went in.
Okay. Was the war still going on?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was in 1908. I mean, hell, I get them all mixed up now.
1918.
1918, yeah.
Where'd you go for boot camp?
Boot camp, Great Lakes.
Tell me about boot camp.
Well, what they did that I had to in there, we march around in the barracks, and I had the hardest time in the world of getting around and changing my steps and everything, and I was always behind. And the guy told me, he said, "Now, the corporal said, you're going to do something right now." He says, "I want to get you out there with a pack on your back, and you're going to learn how to make them steps good." And he kept me out there for 2 times. And then I was at that time, I went on, and my brother, he was on the Oklahoma too, and he got the senator back there in the state to get me out of the boot camp and get me on the Oklahoma, and it went all through good.
How long were you in boot camp then?
Well, I was in there about 6 years. No, not 6 years, about 6 months. Yeah.
What were you trained to be in the Navy?
Well, I started out just at a boot camp there. Then I got around there. Then when I got on the Oklahoma, I got to be the. Oh, baby, you don't get it. Stop
You
it.
getting that?
I think it was in the about April or May. I think it was.
Where did you go on board?
Huh?
Where did you go on board the ship?
Well,
At what
I
port?
went from there to when I got out of the boot camp. I went to shucks, Norfolk, Virginia. I got in there at the camp. Then I went up from there. I went on from there to New York, and I went aboard well, it's been so doggone long I've forgotten now. But I went there and I got on the ship was out there right there in the river right there.
At
And
New York?
went in that. I went aboard the Oklahoma that night.
Was that in New York?
Yeah.
Could you just give me a description of the battleship? What you thought of it when you first went on board?
Well, when I first went on board, I got around there, and I couldn't see things right like I would. I looked over there, and I was facing over towards New Jersey at that time. And then, well, by golly, when I got up next morning, after we had to lash our hammocks and everything like that. We didn't have anything else. We slept in hammocks all at that time, not in that,
Bunk.
huh?
Bunk.
Bunk, yeah. At bunks that do like they do now. And then down while the ship turned around. See, the tide shifted around. And I said, my goodness, I said, look at here. I said, I didn't see all those buildings over in New York then. So it was a big surprise to me.
Those pictures would help him.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me.
Say, it looks like I need some dusting on that chair there a little bit.
Talk real steadily while we're looking
Huh?
at those.
Yeah. How many decks were on the Oklahoma? How tall was the ship?
4 decks.
4 decks. And which deck were you on?
I was on the second deck. I was in the supply division, is where I was then. And I had the metal storeroom when I went on. My brother, he got off of it before then, and he told the guy that I was coming on there, and to help me on get into supply division. So he did, and he put me in. Well, I was in the metal storeroom.
Now, what's the metal storeroom?
Well, it had pipe, rods, and everything like that could be used on the Oklahoma. And well, it was all any cement and stuff like that we had to have and everything that way. And so then I got around and I went aboard that. I was not a seaman second class. Then I went on, then I made third class. Then I went on and went up a little bit higher and higher. And then when I was paid off in Bremerton, Washington, I was paid off as a second class storekeeper. Then when I went back into World War I got a first class storekeeper. Then a year after that, I made chief.
Yeah.
And
What, would you just tell me some of your duties on board the Oklahoma?
all the thing I had to do was just sit there in that room when people would come down with a chip, order, and what they wanted out of there. and I just had to do that, to watch that. I just sit there and watch that all the time. And then we had quarters, but we had what is muster like it is in the Navy Army. What we had at 9 o'clock, we had to go up on the top deck and get there and check us in and see if we're all there. And
Who was captain of the Oklahoma?
I
at that time?
can't remember his name, but I got a picture of him here, but I can't remember his name. And
He's talking about the sister ship in Nevada. And
uh,
where did you go?
what do you mean, where'd I go?
While you were on it?
Oh, I went over, we went over to Brest, France, and we went over there, then we come back. That's the time, when the president, Wilson, he was over there, he went over there, and we come back as a convoy to him.
Tell me about that trip when you escorted the president.
Well, we went over there first to Brest, and we stayed right there at Brest, France. And then finally, when he decided that he wanted to go back to the States, well, he did. And he had Oklahoma and Nevada, Nevada was a sister ship. And they went back over with the destroyers at that time. And all of us, we was all going around him, see, and everything like that. And he was on the Pennsylvania at that time. And he come back on the Pennsylvania. So she was a siege ship in that time.
Did you have a liberty at Brest?
No, they wouldn't let us go. We wasn't there long enough.
Yeah. Just tell me.
Shore leave. That's what they call it in the Navy.
Just tell me about some incidents on the trip over. Just what was the life like on the Oklahoma going over to Brest?
Well, we just, like I said, just sat in that storeroom what I had, and just nothing else to do. And when we got to Brest, well, we just looked around and everything like that, and we were just waiting, like I said, for the president said he wanted to go back.
Where was your hammock in the Oklahoma? What deck?
Well, I slept on a cot.
On a cot?
Yeah.
Which deck were you on?
I was right out from my storeroom, where I was, on the second floor. Now, let's see, that was third floor, let's see, second floor.
Where was the mess hall?
Mess hall was up on the second floor. Yeah, they was on that, and that's where we had the bunks. I mean the mess guys they was all attached to the upper part of the ceiling, and well, I don't know. I guess that's about all that on that.
How many men were on the Oklahoma?
Well, I don't know. It was about 2,000 or 3,000, I guess.
Where was the captain's quarters on the ship?
The captain's quarters was way up midship, right in there, and that's where his quarters were. All the officers, the quarters was about midship, up the middle.
How did the officers' quarters compare to the enlisted men's quarters? What was the difference?
Well, they had nice quarters.
They used that silver, didn't they?
What?
That silver we went to see was in the captain's, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You ever have to polish that?
Huh?
You ever polish that silver?
No. Only thing I had to do is to clean up my storeroom. And we had the captain to come around and make inspections on the Friday afternoon. And they'd come around, and then he'd go around and check on that deck around there for inspection. Every week he did that, except the time when we was out at sea.
Yeah. At what times would they use that silver? What occasions?
We moved that what?
You know, the silver in the museum now? On what occasions would the captain use that silver?
Well, I guess he did for eating and stuff like that.
I mean, did he use it every
I
day?
didn't even know sometime that he had all that.
Did he use it every day?
We couldn't go up to his quarters.
Did he use that silver every day, or was it?
Well, I imagine he did. Yeah. And I can't say that he did. because we couldn't even go up in his quarters. We couldn't go to the office quarters unless we had special permit to go to the quarters. But our own officers and everything, but not to the skipper, as we knew him at that time.
What was your first maneuver on the Oklahoma? Where'd you go?
First time is where's the breast.
The breast.
Then we got back and everything, and by golly, they had a little trouble with Mexico, and we loaded new supplies on there in New York at that time. Then we went to Key West, Florida. That was the first where we did. But now, just like this, the pictures on here and everything like that, we did make a kind of a cruise around to Barbados, Trinidad, and Peru and Chile. We went around in those places while we was there. But most of the stuff that I had these pictures of here is like the band concerts of both the Oklahoma and everything, see? And then we'd go to shore there at Barbados, and then these kids and everything get around us, and we'd throw money on them, and boy, they'd fight like a dickens to do that. Then I was right over here, that's where the streetcars that they had, but when they weren't elected, they was pulled by mules and horses, I guess it was.
Did you go down to Mexico, you say, when you had trouble down there?
No, we stopped at Key West, Florida, as far as we got.
What was the next maneuver you had?
Well, you see, at one time after that, they changed the ships around. See, all the oil burners was on the East Coast, and so what they did, they changed the oil burners around to go to the West Coast, and the coal burners they stayed over on the East Coast.
What was the reason for that?
Because the coal, they could get coal and everything cheaper and everything on that, and then the oil out on the West Coast at that time.
That was the Oklahoma coal or oil?
Oil.
Oil.
Oh yeah, they moved it. It was the Oklahoma, the Arizona, and the Oklahoma and the Nevada were sister ships. And then there was all the rest of them. There was the Pennsylvania and the Arizona were sister ships. And they was all oil burners. And that's where we stayed to the West Coast. And all the coal burners went over. And when we made trips back to New York and everything, it was real lucky for us that we see these boys over there on these ships loading their coal and everything from the barges on the side, and we sit on the ship and watching movies.
Can you name some of the VIPs that visited the Oklahoma? Some of the people that came to visit?
Well, the only thing is, I can't say we had anybody come over and visit at all.
Did the governor of Oklahoma ever come to visit?
Who?
The governor of Oklahoma?
No, not while I was on there. No.
Can you cut it, Joe?
No, not while I was on there.
Mother came and got the kids and took care of them for him until he was out of service. And then he married her. He married
Well, now that
sisters.
was World War II that I was in when I married her.
The second
It
one.
was in World War One.
You say your first wife passed away?
Yeah.
She died in childbirth. They had a son. The son was 6, didn't you say?
Huh?
The son was 6 when sister was born. When your daughter was born, your son was 6, wasn't he?
Well, my daughter was born.
And when she was born, your wife died.
She was in 1935 when she was when she was born. My son, he was born in 1929, and that's when I got married, 1928. But I wasn't at the service then. I was out of the service then. I'd already gotten out of the Navy.
And then you went back in later?
I went back in 1942.
Tell me, how many maneuvers did you make on the Oklahoma total?
Well, I'll tell you, it just depends on what it's going to be. We might be like if we into and just out in the where was this? I don't know. Some of them things I've forgotten all that time. And that at that time, but we had we anchored off at St. Pedro. That's where it was at the time, and we did. Then we might go up to San Francisco, something like that, up to Bremerton, Washington, something like that way. I remember those, and that's why I was when I first was discharged on in World War I was in 1922 is when I got off of it, and that's when I was paid off at. Then I left. I went back to Louisiana, and I couldn't find anything to do. And so my brother, he's already gotten out of the Navy, and he told me, he said, well, you come back to Los Angeles, and he said, I'll get you a job. So he did. And I worked for Louisiana Iron Works there in Los Angeles. And I stayed in there until they consolidated with the two other companies. And when they did, well, when I worked for the Louisiana Iron Works, well, I had in charge of the elevators, equipment, and stuff like that. So when they consolidated, well, the Westinghouse people didn't want the elevators anymore. Said we got our elevators on our own. We don't want Llewellyn elevators. So that's what they did.
What year was that? What year?
What year that was? God, I can't remember that now. Just what it was. I can't remember that. Just when that was.
How did the Depression affect you?
The Depression did affect me, because when they consolidated, these companies consolidated. Well, Westinghouse didn't want anything of the Llewellyn elevators, like I said before. And so what they did, I lost my job as a storekeeper for Llewellyn at that time. Then what I did, I went out and I worked on WPA. And in the meantime, I went around in buildings and find out if it's an impossible chance you could get a job as an elevator operator. So I'd go around in these places, and there's one place at Foreman and Clark, where they had their clothing and their stuff that was in there, in this building. And the first from the lower floors, where Foreman and Clark had their business of all their clothing, said walk upstairs and save $10. And then from there on up. Well, the elevators, it was all from the 5th floor on up. It was ones from elevators for practitioners and all kind of different companies and everything. You had their offices up there.
Was that in California?
Yeah, oh yeah. And I got around. I went around and talked to this guy with what he was a starter. So he said, by golly, he said, the first opening I get, I'll come and get you from the WPA. I was working out at making these ditches go up instead of down, as the government did. And so this guy come out and got me one day. He said, come on out. He said, I'm going to put you to work. And what he did, the fellow that I got his place, he come to work drunk that day, and they fired him. So they gave it to me. And we had 4 elevators in that building. And they know at that time, California, you couldn't only go as far as 12 stories for buildings.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And then so I got the job as an elevator operator there, and I did that for well, I guess there must have been about 6 years or something like that. I did.
When did you go back in?
What?
When did you go back in service?
I went back into service in 1942.
42?
Did the Oklahoma have an airplane attached to it?
The airplane, you
Yeah.
can see the pictures in
Yeah.
there right now. They was the only ones that started out. what they did, see those 14-inch shells,
Then
I
turn
mean
it back
guns that we had there, and they built the platforms on there for starting it out before they ever had the airplanes was done, and at that time, before I was discharged.
Okay, now how were the airplanes launched off the Oklahoma?
They had, like I say, a platform was built up on those 14-inch guns.
Okay.
And when they did, they had them out. Then they had a thing in the back where they would hook these airplanes on, and until they get a good contest. I mean, not a contest, but for working.
Mm-hmm.
When they get in there, they're shooting off of these platforms. Then some of them would. One or two, we had two of them on there, went right at the end of the gun turrets, and they fell right in the water. But the others were always going up all the time.
There's a dirigible here. What was that used for?
Well, that was just used for spying and everything like that. And that was during the Depression. I mean, that wasn't during the war at the time. They were trying these out. Now, there's a skipper right there. That's the skipper.
Says the Admiral.
Yeah. Huh?
Says Admiral coming aboard U.S.S. Oklahoma.
Yeah. But those was just putting up.
What was the superstructure? You know, the superstructure here.
Yeah.
What was that made of? You know, the big towers on the ship.
Well, it was all metaling up and everything. That's why our general quarters, when we had general quarters, I was up on the searchlight platform.
The searchlight platform.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
where was that located?
Well, there was two masts. Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Well, you see, it was two of those. One was aft and one was forward. Now here, see, that's where they are. Both of them right there. You can see those coming on there. And there's some of the ships out there. That's probably, I don't know which ones that was. I don't know whether that was the Oklahoma there. I guess it was the Oklahoma because they got the pictures of it. Then the Nevada was probably following us, and the others was right behind that, see, at that time. But these pictures and everything like this was when I got, when we went to Peru and Chile and different places like that, and Panama Canal. We was on that, and
could the Oklahoma fit through the canal easy?
yeah. All the ships could. Went through the Panama Canal a lot of times. Mm-hmm. And
did you ever make any maneuvers during the war, actually in the wartime, in World War I?
The only time that I did is when I went over in World War I, when we went over to get the president and bring him back. But my son was, for that though, that they just got over there in time for at Brest, and then the war ended right then. Oh, it's getting hot.
What was your reaction when you heard about Pearl Harbor and the Oklahoma was sunk?
Well, when they did that, that's when I went back in the service. When they said that the attack of Pearl Harbor, and then I enlisted in 1942.
What did you think about the Oklahoma, though?
Well, now what I was going to say, I was going to tell you about the Oklahoma. When we left, see, in the second time, I was in a sub-repair unit. In that, we split the divisions up. Some of them went to Perth, Australia, and some of us stayed there at Pearl Harbor. So we're going into Pearl Harbor. When we started into Pearl Harbor, well, I looked over and I saw the Oklahoma laying on her side, and I said, hell, boy, man, that's a terrible thing to see. My old home ship, by God, that was laying on her side. So after they got around there, they lifted the Oklahoma up and took her over and put in the dry dock. And when they put in the dry dock, they got put things put good what you have maybe there in Oklahoma City. That a lot of those things that were real good, and they wouldn't let anybody go over on it at all. They might have had time, as I didn't see at the time, they might have had some of the officers go on there and go up on it. And but they wouldn't let anybody like that go on. And she was in dry dock. And when they got that, I got that somewhere over here that you want to cut that off and see.
Sure. Okay.
Let's see what.
Then what was your reaction when you heard the ship had sunk in the Pacific, being towed back? What was your reaction when you heard about that?
Well,
when it
that's
collapsed?
what I say, when she was in dry dock. Then when they sold it to this company, and then they took it out, and that was at the time when the war was over then. And they towed it back, and it got about halfway midship, and she collapsed. And so this company that bought it and everything like that, well,
What was your reaction then when you heard it sunk in the Pacific?
well, I didn't like the idea about it. Think that the old boy when I was on that, and what a good ship she was and everything like that, and I couldn't see her going down to the bottom. And she didn't want to go to a junkyard over to this dry company, and boy, when she did, she just collapsed. We didn't want to see her go back to the States that way.
Did you have a good time on the Oklahoma?
Huh?
Did you have a good time on the Oklahoma?
I sure did. I sure did. Yeah.
Any
Yeah,
particular...
the time I was on the Oklahoma, I really enjoyed it. And I was a storekeeper, and I didn't have anything to do except now like I told you about when I first went on board the Oklahoma, that metal storeroom that I had. But other times I was under the general office store down in a different state, different places aboard of the supply. I did one time of getting stores out from the below decks to give to the guy that it was serving the material, that like all the groceries and stuff like that, canned stuff in that way and all that. We every Friday afternoon, well, we used to have to get a working party. That's what all the thing I had to do. I had to go up to the officer deck and ask him, I want a working party to get these stores up from the lower deck to be due to the mess attendant. And so that's all it was I had to do. I didn't do anything, except one time that well, I shouldn't say that, but what I did is that I was supposed to have been at quarters that day, but I was down in the gallery, down in the washroom, and shooting craps. So I got a summary court, and I got a court martial for doing that. So I got 30 days in the brig, and a $72 fine. That's what my rate was at that time as a storekeeper second class, and it was $72 fine what I got, and that's what I was worried about. If I wasn't going to get a honorable discharge straight through, I was going to extend my time for another year, but I did get this honorable discharge. Now, where my discharge is, I don't know. Where my things were crossing the equator, I don't know. They was back there in Louisiana when I left to go to California at that time after I got out of the Navy. And what it was, that they had a fire back there in our house, and they just burned up everything that I had. Everything I had was all gone. I don't know where anything my material is. And the same way right now, if my discharge, my son has it over to his house for the World War II. Mm-hmm. It's in there.
Do you How were those guns fired, the 14-inch guns? How were they loaded and all that, the shells?
Well, the shells right where my metal store, where I was in that metal storeroom. This thing, just like the old thing about like a water thing, it goes around like that and everything, and carry. Well, these had platform, the steel places, but they'd load these shells on and brain them up, and they'd fire those 14-inch guns at the same time for targets and things like that. And well, in what you call it shows in there,
Yeah.
what they do.
How much do those shells weigh?
Well, you ought to have it, have one of those shells. It was they brought one back, and they supposed to have brought it somewhere and put it where the Oklahoma was at the time before she was hit.
And we have the anchor downtown.
Yeah, don't you have an old shell there?
We may have, I'm not sure. Have you seen the anchor downtown?
No,
It's in downtown Oklahoma City.
no, I never have seen it.
Could you relate just some incidents on the ship? Like you said that you were playing craps and all that. Any other incidents you can think of that stick out in your mind that happened on the ship?
No, I had a pretty, not to be bragging about myself. I had a pretty good record, and that was the only time. See, I was supposed to been going to shore, but I didn't go. I went down there in the washroom, and by God, I'm shooting craps at the guy. And that's the only thing I could say on that. But I got that summary court martial for that. 30 days in the brig and a $72 fine.
Would you describe your average day on the ship? What you did from morning until night?
Well, from morning to night, you say, we go up and we go up and have our breakfast. Then we go back down in our storeroom and till 9 o'clock. Then we go out and have muster on the upper deck. Then we just stay down in the storeroom, and people come around and get stuff, and we give it to them. Then it would at 5 o'clock you could go to shore. You could go around and go to shore where you don't want to go, where we was. Like we, well, not over in those foreign countries over there where we was, like Chile and Peru and Barbados and Trinidad and ones like that, and Panama. We had to be back aboard the ship for 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
And when was retreat? What time?
Huh?
Did you have retreat on the ship?
Did it what?
Did you have lights out or retreat on the ship at night?
Oh, we had moving pictures and stuff like that. For amusements and stuff.
And then what time did you have to be in bed? Did you have a curfew?
Oh yeah. Oh, if that's what you mean.
Yeah.
That we had to be in our box around about 7 o'clock.
Oh, that early?
Wasn't anything to do.
What time was reveille in the morning when you got up?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock in the morning was reveille?
Yeah.
So you had a 12-hour day?
Yeah.
Did you have good food?
Yeah, I can say we did. So we served it, so it ought to have been good.
You ever get seasick?
Huh?
You ever get seasick?
One time, when we was on the East Coast, and that's when we was coming back from Mexico. We didn't go to Mexico. I should have said Key West, Florida. And when we got off of Cape Hatteras, boy, we was in a storm. And I mean to tell you, it was a storm. And from one on those lower decks, from one compartment to the other, well, they had steps, just a step. You step up from one apartment to the other one. Well, what I did, when I stepped from one apartment to the other, boy, it come up. And what I did, like a lot of them on there were seasick. And what I went up on the top deck to get the fresh air and everything like that. And that was the only time that I ever got seasick. And we had one old boy on there was born on on a ship. I mean, when he was born, his folks had I don't know what they did, but he was on. They wasn't. I don't forgotten now what they did, but he got seasick that time, just like anybody else. And boy, it was a storm though. And that was the only time.
Well, shall we quit? It's 10 after 11.
Well, we eat at 11:30.
Tell me about your father. He was a Civil War veteran?
He was Civil War veteran. He was only shot just in the arm.
Where was he shot? In what battle?
What hand? His left hand.
What battle was he in?
Oh, I don't remember that.
Did he ever talk about the war?
Yes, he did. I have pictures of him when his old buddies and everything like that used to go up there at the Confederate monument we had there on one of the places there in Alexandria. And they'd get up there and sit up there and shoot the bull to each other about it.
Was it your father or grandfather that got that thing about being the most?
Yeah, got that. You want to cut that off then?
Yeah, okay.
Maybe in 1942. Then, well, I was at we was at San Diego before we did, and I was in the sub repair unit. And when then the part of them right there in San Diego, some of them went to, a couple of divisions went to Perth, Australia. And we thought we was going to be left out because we had the old time of supplying these old submarines. What there was the S boats at that time. And what you did, we had charge of those at San Diego there before we went to Pearl Harbor.
Now, what is an S-boat?
That was the name of the boats at that time. They were submarines.
Okay.
And now they got regular names for them. But at that point, it's S-41, 42,
okay,
48, and all that stuff. And so what we did, we repaired those old S boats, and we had one that they started from the bow to the stern, and got around and repaired that rascal. And what it did, they went out. They started right outside of Pearl Harbor, and when they did, as soon as they got outside of the harbor, boy, she went down. They don't know what caused it. She was in pretty good shape when she left and everything like that, but she went down. They don't know anything about it at all right now. They don't even know nothing about it. So I stayed there in Pearl Harbor all the time. As we had these recruits, men would come in there and was learning the trade of these material for these regularly all our submarines. And I didn't know no more about them than they did. But I just had to go around and instruct them of what I was doing, though. That's all. Then after they come out later on, and they put a bill out that all men was past the age of 42 could get out of the service then. So I took advantage of it and got out.
So did you go to Australia?
No, I stayed in Pearl Harbor. But almost all my buddies and everything, by golly, they went to Australia. Perth and what was the name of the other one? I think that was all. It was all at Perth. No, Brisbane. Some went to Brisbane, some went to Perth.
Were you at Pearl Harbor when they raised the Oklahoma?
When they raised it? Yeah.
They wouldn't let you go on board though.
When they, after they raised it and put it in dry dock, and they wouldn't let us go, wouldn't let me go. Even when I made chief, I couldn't go aboard it. They had Marines, 3 or 4 Marines, going around the dry dock, seeing that nobody goes aboard it. And it looked pretty doggone good in that dry dock, all right. But they took everything off of it. It was the valuable of it. And I guess a lot of that's in Oklahoma City now.
Anything else that you can think of about the Oklahoma? Any incidents? Any? What were the decks made of on the ship?
Wood.
And what kind of wood?
Yeah. Well, I don't know just what kind of wood it was, but they were stuffed up with kind of a, I don't know that it's all put up, but when it was at the time of doing the war, it was, the decks were taken up, and it was just steel decks on it there. But after the war and everything like that, it was wooden decks were put down. And also, as far as I can remember, on the lower decks too. Say, we're going to have to cut this out right
Yeah, okay.
I mean, in the service, this thing here supposed to be somewhere? This thing
No,
here?
no, that's fine. So you were on the Oklahoma from 1918 to 1922.
Yeah. Well, it's when I got out in 1922, yeah. So,
I noticed. When did they redo those battleships? You know they.
What?
You know they remodeled those battleships.
oh yeah, yeah.
When did they do that?
Well, when we come back from where we was, from France and all, and that up around the Hudson River, then we come in to Portsmouth Navy Yard, and that's where they gave a kind of overhauling on the Oklahoma. We was there about 6-7 months.
What did they do to it?
It did everything cleaned up around on it, and just remodeled everything, and painted it all and all. And that's why we was pretty good lucky being with the job that we had. We didn't have to do anything like that. And but outside of that, we stayed there. Now that's when they had the old Jupiter. There's the old coal collier was right next door to us. And they was converting that in, and that was the first airplane carrier that they had. The old Jupiter. I don't know what the name of it is now, or was, I mean, after they completed it. But before that, there was the old coal burner, and it helped it, to load this coal on these battleships and everything. And the funniest thing about those old boys over on them coal burners, well, they had to get out there the first thing in the morning and put their whites on. And they had to just keep them on all day long and everything like that until they completed. And we could just sit from the ships where we were, and we could just watch them do it. Like I said, like that, down in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. See, that's where we used to go for the winter. And that's where we used to go for the winter. Instead of staying up around New York and getting all that cold spell and everything, that's when a lot of that stuff, when we used to go to Peru and Chile and Barbados and all those different islands. And that's where they had the Atlantic Fleet and the Pacific Fleet used to meet there and have all their sports stuff. And we really had a good time on that. The Nevada boy, our sister ship to the Oklahoma, well, she was one good ship, and she used to have a bunch of fellows on there that boxes and all that stuff like that, and they used to come out #1 all the time, every time.
Was that at Guantanamo?
Huh?
Was that at Guantanamo?
Guantanamo Bay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we have now. We still own it. They got a big base there now. Still have it. And so I don't know. After that, we'd come back to the States. I mean, come back up to the Well, if we go to the West Coast, we was on the West Coast after they swapped the the coal bunners for the oil bunners, and it was really good.
What is the reason for the superstructure on the ship? You know, the towers. What purpose do they have?
Well, you mean those ones that I showed you there?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, they got searchlight platforms up on top. They got something for inspected things all the time. Just like that balloon that was on there. Instead of having that to do it, well, they could send that balloon up from your ship to spot if it's any other ships and anything way off or something like that. It just the same way with those masts and everything going all up, and that's where they got different things up on top there that you're supposed to do it. And like I said, right where I was one of my at general quarters. That's when they're announcing that get ready to fire and all that stuff. And mine was right on that searchlight platform. And that's why I said, and I'll tell you, boy, that one them firing them 14-inch guns, boy, all that black stuff come right towards me. And it wasn't bad, but it got used to it though.
How many guns the Oklahoma have on it?
Well, she had it was air, forward and air, both on the 14-inch guns. They had two gun turrets, one on each end. And then they had the 5-inch guns down on the next decks. And that's about all I would say. Couldn't say how many they fired, but they had plenty of them. Now those big ones, by golly, those 14-inch guns, see, that shell was about that big around, and hell, it's about that long. And it was an immense thing. Then the 5-inch shells, so they was all down on the lower decks.
What'd you do for recreation on the Oklahoma?
Well, that's what I told you a minute ago. Well, recreation, we had around for swimming. Swimming, you had to get to be first-class swimmer. You had to swim the 3/4 of the ship from where you dove in at far air. You dive in, and by golly, then you swim in or something like that. Baseball games, and now all that was done most at Guantanamo Bay. See, baseball games and different things like that, and everything else was had. But well, they wouldn't have baseball teams on there. They get around different places where we was and everything like that. They might play ball with somebody.
Do you ever have, tell me about the drills when you had like abandoned ship and all that. How would those drills be operated?
Well, I don't know. We didn't have anything about abandoning the ship at all since I get on it. Well, they did have, they dropped the lifeboats and things like that, and also those big barges things that float, on that. And that was all dropped. We did do that a few times. That's all instructions mostly when we were down in Cuba, down that way, Guantanamo Bay. Because boy, that was just clear water there and everything. It was just real nice.
Let's see. This one photograph says band concert U.S.S. Oklahoma. So
Yeah.
you had your own band on board ship?
Oh yeah. Oh, every one of the ships had a band. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they used to do that at noontime, right after you get through eating.
Was the concert every day?
Yeah. Now that's why that place on this side over there, but they had streetcars, but they was pulled by horses or mules or whatever it was now. And we watch this guy get about half shot, and we'd get on that doggone streetcar and just ride up and down, and nobody else could get on. We had a lot of fun though. People didn't mind it though. As long as we spent our money there.
What kind of airplane did the Oklahoma have? What kind was it?
Well, it was just regular like you in these people. I wouldn't say I couldn't say it. It's nothing anything like the planes that are nowadays, but they it's got a pictures of there somewhere in that. Also, you know, well, they're not interchanging it, but well, I think that's a picture right here where you get down when we have our initiation to go crossing the equator.
Oh, is that what this photograph? Tell me about that.
Yeah, yeah.
When you first cross the equator, what they do?
Well, yeah, all that. See, that's all these guys. Now, the first time a man has been through there, that he has to go through this initiation all day. King Neptune, we go out so far. I was out to the one out of Guantanamo Bay, and we get out there and get King Neptune to be waiting for us to come out there, and when he did, with
Now, which one is Neptune?
well, see right
Yeah.
where they darn
Yeah, they have those hats on.
well, no, that's the guy again. King Neptune was just a minute. Let me see here. Who shows that? Oh, here it is, right here.
Oh,
See?
right there. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's why he is there. Well, they get this and they build this net around canvas, you know, canvas back.
Yeah.
And they have these chairs, see, right up there. And every time they get somebody in there in this water, well, they put stuff on them, axle grease, we used to call it what they put on. Then they bring them up and put in that chair and flip the chair back, and they fall in again. Then you get out, then they had a line. They had a line going out with these rag billets, you know. And there's so many, not very many. The first time we went across it, see, and it wasn't very many that did that. But the second time, boy, all us fellas had been by it a whole lot more than what it was going to come up to. And we had cops chasing them around the building, see, around the ship, I should say, and to find these guys, of course, the ones that hadn't gone across it. And you do that every time they cross the equator. But the fellas that already been, well, they don't have to go and do it again. They don't. Now you talk about there's a 14-inch shell guns firing that way now. Oh, that's target practice. And you talk about sports, and here's a sack race that they have on the ship there at times. And that's more of it. And there's a no stuff. Now here's where that well, I guess we was touring this target there, and fine. Now here's that airplane you was talking about on there. Mm-hmm. See, it's up. Yeah, this right here is still firing. See, this is the aft part of the ship, and it's towing that target there. See?
Is that the target right there?
Yeah, that's the target.
What kind of target was that?
Oh, it's just a thing about from here, that corner over there, and it's built up.
Yeah, 10, 12 feet.
Canvas stuff like that. Yeah.
Long range spotting practice, Battleship Force 2.
Yeah.
Tow line 400 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Guantanamo, Cuba.
Yeah.
February 17th, 1919.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they have wrestling and all that doggone stuff. And boy, you see these sailors go around here. They looking around. Some of them go around in this place in Barbados, they kind of chasing down a little gale. Yeah, see, that's the 14-inch shell guns, I should say. Right there.
Oh, with the blimp on top of it.
That's right. Now that was our skipper right here. I can't think of his name though. I don't guess it's on the back of it. No. He was really a good fighting man. I mean, everything for sports and all that thing. Mm-hmm. And he was really good.
Now, this is him right here?
Yeah, that's him
Yeah.
shaking his hand on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a really good fella. Yeah, these are taken in Panama. And that's why we was rushing stores for a trip to Mexico when we thought they was having a little trouble down there with it. And we didn't have enough stores at that time. That's why we was loading it on there. All those crates and things there.
What year was that?
That was, it must have been about 1920, I guess. Must have been. Yeah, of course we was down there in 1919, back in 1920. And that's through all the battleships there.
And what battleships were in that photograph?
In that?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It just looks like that might have been Oklahoma there. And they all are just about looking alike, but yeah, they about not bad. It's kind of hard in the distance to tell. And all these things here, we just got pictures of them down there. We had a fellow on the ship that did this artist work.
Oh, yeah. Those are from the Oklahoma?
Yeah, he was real good. Oh, this is taken back in Louisiana when we had the flood that did stuff back there on it. Yeah, wiped all those homes. Well, I guess that's all. That's part of Alexandria. See, this is Red River. Red River going there, and Pineville's on this side, and Alexandria's on this side. But we had a levee, and it couldn't have any damage anyway on that. But Pineville would get it, but still, they up on a slope there, a hill like. Well, I guess that's about all in that, unless you've taken all these you want to see. Yeah, that church, I always had church Sunday morning. And these kids here fighting for their money and everything like that. We throw money out there to them.
As in Barbados?
Barbados, yeah. And that's the three of the storekeepers.
Which one are you?
Huh?
Which one are you?
I took it.
Oh, you took it?
Yeah. Yeah, there was three good fellows. I often think about them, if they're still living. Well, now there was a picture of that airplane going off. See the kind that you was kind of wondering what kind of a plane it was and everything.
An old biplane.
Yeah, just that one. We had most of them to go off, but then they had some of them that, well, that's all the way down to that place where I got the other.
Well, anything else you can think of about the Oklahoma?
Well, I don't know of anything else more that I can tell you about. That. Oh, she was a good ship, all right.
How'd you take care of your uniforms?
Huh?
You know, how'd you take care of your uniform? You know, laundry facilities and all that.
Oh yeah. Well, you see what we did at that time. We had the hammocks, like now they have foot lockers, and I mean at the present time, and they have places where they get lockers where they put the clothes in. But at our time, by golly, if we moved from one place to the other, we'd have to roll our clothes up, and with just that far, with two strings on each end. On each end to be a string. All your clothes had to be wrapped up and then put in your bag. And then when they have bag inspection or something like that, well, they get all your stuff out and line it up on the deck. And just your blues one way, your whites another way, your underwear and all that stuff. It just had to be in, right, and your shoes be sitting out this way and all. Then you have to get it and just come back and kind of just looks at it and say, okay, you all right. And just stop that way. But now I did, since that metal store run that I had, I told you first about, that I had a locker in there. And I rolled my clothes up, but I'd have to lay them off inside there. in this locker. Then I never did have to move my bag around. But the only thing about when I when I left the ship, I had to tie up my hammock and string. Then I had to get my bag and put in the middle of it and trace it around and carry it. You've seen sailors, I guess, pack that at a time. But that's the way it was. But there's no such thing as that now, because they got regular bunks. They don't have to have anything else, which was a darn good thing. But I had just a peacock. I mean a peacock, but what do you call it? I told you a while ago what to call it.
With your peacoat?
No, that's your peacoat. That's the thing, your top coat you wear. But I meant where I slept on.
Oh, your hammock?
Hammock. No, it wasn't a hammock. I didn't sleep in a hammock, but like I said, a cot.
Cot.
Yeah. And yeah, we call them peacoats. Little old pet. Now I got caps, pea caps that I had there in World War II when we thought we was going to Alaska too.
Do you have your hat from the Oklahoma that has the band on it that says U.S.S. Oklahoma?
Yeah, sure did.
Do you still have it?
No, that's what I said. I don't have any of my stuff now. Everything's gone. Then in World War II, I got around there, and I told my wife, I said, I don't know what I'm keeping my cheap quarters and things. And the fella told me, he says, I know a guy, by golly, he'll buy them from you. So I sold them.
Do you have any part of your uniform from the Oklahoma?
I don't have anything except them pea caps and things like that. That's the only thing I have.
Are they from the Oklahoma?
Yeah.
They
No,
are?
not them. No, they were in the World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What about the laundry on the ship?
Well, what it is, see, when we used to go to sea, we allowed 1 bucket of water a day, fresh water. And that's in the morning to brush your teeth and wash your face and your hands. And then at noontime, you did that. It did that at noon. Then in the evening, well, you'd wash your face and your hands again, and your clothes, and wash them. Then in fresh water. Then you get salt water to rinse them. And they had a thing in the right at the end of in the washroom where it had steam that you turn this valve on and then get your water hot so you can wash your clothes pretty good. But then you get them up, and I used to hang mine up in this storeroom that I had. And a lot of guys, they hang them on the outside, and let the wind and blowers on the blowers, that come up, and especially your pants and things like that. Well, they put the pants around that blower, boy, they have them shooting right straight up in the air. And but everybody knew how to take care of the stuff all right. You had this regular old saltwater soap that you had was pretty good.
Now, was there a head on every deck? Was there a head on every deck?
Yeah.
What about your drinking water?
Well, we always had the fresh water for drinking water, and they had special tanks for that. But for the purpose of going, just like I said, going out, you got 1 bucket of water a day, and that fresh water, and you brush your teeth and wash your face and everything like that, and take your shower in the too. They had the showers in there. There were no tub thing. It was all showers. And you washed off with them, then rinse off with salt water. Salt water comes out of another valve right there. And, well, everybody seemed to be happy about it. Yes, another thing on there, when I was on the sub-repair unit at Pearl Harbor, I was a chief then. And I never will forget, I was going to wash that evening, and there was another chief in there. And that son of a gun, boy, he was covered with tattoos pretty near on him. And he had one I used to laugh about. He had hinges on the back part of his foot here, on both legs like that, just to keep his leg. Then he had an oil can dripping oil on the top of it. Then he had let's see, what was the other thing? Oh, he had a freight train. It started up, started way up here and going right in between his butts down. So you had the smoke that come up on the side. But the funniest thing about it, though, it right there in Portland, Virginia, where we was anchored, well, not anchored, we was tied up to the dock. And that old boy, though, he had a tattoo put on his back, the crucifix. And it was started way up here and all the way down to the crosses on everything, too. And that cost like the dickens, too, for him. But I was surprised that he got by with that, because you're really not supposed to put tattoos on. But a lot of them say, well, get it on there, and if it's on there, there's nothing I can do.
Would you tell me one more time?
Tell you what?
Would you tell me again your thoughts when you came into Pearl Harbor and saw the Oklahoma laying on its side?
Yeah.
What were you thinking? Would you tell me again?
Yeah, I just said I felt mighty bad. I was sick pretty near to see the old boy that I was on with. And I really enjoyed seeing it, but not the way she was. And she was laying on her side. And another thing, the Arizona, see that picture right up over there?
Yeah, the memorial, yeah.
That's where the Arizona went down. That's where she's in there. The men are still on there.
Yeah.
And my grandson, when he got married, they went to Pearl for their honeymoon. And they sent me that picture back from a postcard on that. Boy, they sure hit that boy right down through the smokestack. Blew that
Yeah, they
thing.
said hit the magazine.
Yeah, right down the smokestack, hit all that.
Where was the magazine on the Oklahoma?
Well, it was down below decks. Yeah. That's what I said, that this one was right across it. That thing worked carrying them shells up, bringing them up.
How was that operated, that belt that
Well,
brought
it's
the
just
shells
an
up?
electric thing. It's just like I told you, like like old Wells nowadays used to have them cups on the
Yeah.
thing that brings up. Well, that worked the same, but they was in a wide thing, about so wide, and maybe just not too deep, but just deep enough so you man there can pick up one of the shells out of that. See?
So it was operated by electricity.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
And it brought the shells from the magazine up to
that's right.
up on deck.
Yeah, wherever the gun was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And were there 9 14-inch guns in the Oklahoma?
No, 6.
6. And forward,
3, 6, yeah, 3
Yeah.
and 6.
forward and aft.
Yeah, 14-inch now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've been kind of hoarse around here. I think I had a half part of this virus that's going around,
Yeah.
and I get hoarse talking too much.
Well, I think we have a good interview. It's almost 20.
Well, I sure appreciate you coming, but I hope I can did you things that
Oh,
you
yeah.
that
What I'd like to do is maybe come back sometime and, well, whenever I bring the man from Idabel up, when I bring the man from Idabel up, is maybe get you two together to talk about the Oklahoma.
yeah. That's the guy you said you're gonna bring up.
Yeah.
Well, now I wasn't on the Oklahoma then.
Yeah,
but
right,
he was-
right. But I'd like to get a comparison of the Oklahoma
Yeah.
then and then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, go on.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't gonna say. I was just gonna say that he can tell, like you say, he can tell things how Oklahoma is at that time when he was on that, and the time I was on that.
Now,
Where is she gonna meet you now when you fix up?
down in the lobby.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I got to take a leak, boy, golly, while you were writing that up. You got to go anytime?
No, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, this is October 21st, 1987.
Well, that's what the calendar said.
Yep. And my name is Joe Todd. This is an interview with Altha Ragsdale in Norman, Oklahoma. And the address here is 700 North Berry.
This is
Very
Rose
old.
Rock Villa.
Rose
Yeah,
Rock.
it's the same as Rose, yeah, the name
Okay.
of it's Rose Rock Villa.
Man, where were you born?
10 miles east and 3 south of the Norman Courthouse.
And when's your birthday?
March 26, 1989, 98.
1898.
Yeah.
Who is your father?
John Alfred Hoover,
John Hoover.
but he was called Alf.
Al.
Nickname, all of his folks called him Alf.
And your mother?
Sarah Rebecca Hodum,
Hodam.
D-A-M.
Where were your parents from?
Papa was from North Carolina,
And your mother?
West Virginia.
And when they come to Oklahoma?
Well, I guess Papa come in the run,
Oh, did he make the run of 89?
day late.
A day late. How come he was a day late?
I never did know. I guess his horse, he come horseback and had a horse that had all of his camping gear on it. And I guess he just didn't come fast enough.
So did he get a claim anyway?
He traded a horse and saddle for that claim.
The claim you were born on? And was he a farmer?
Yes, sir.
As a small girl, what chores did you do at the farm?
Milked. Milked, fed chickens and carried in wood for the fireplace and for the cook stove and all of that stuff. Gathered chicken eggs.
What about laundry? You do laundry?
I do here. But we helped out there when I was a kid.
Yeah.
There were so many of us kids that sometimes Maddie and I had, my older sister had to stay home and help do the washing.
Tell me about doing the washing. How'd you do it?
Rub board. Pumped water, you filled a big old iron pot full of water and heated it, and then you took part of that hot water and put it in a tub with a rub board, lye soap that Mama made, and then whenever you rubbed them through that first while, you put them in the pot with more water and boiled them. You had a punching stick, you punched them with it.
What day of the week you do laundry?
I don't remember what day. Don't have any idea what day it was.
What about ironing?
Oh, Lord, yes. I did have one of those irons. Dwayne took it. Yeah, we used them little sad irons with a handle on them. And you had to have a rag so it wouldn't burn your hand. Heated them either on the cook stove or on the at the fireplace one.
How many irons did you have?
We had 2.
2. How much of a shirt could you iron before the iron cooled off?
We could iron the sleeves and the collars, and then got another iron to iron the other part.
What about starch?
Yeah, we had starch. Mama starched a few things once in a while.
Was it
The
store-bought?
tablecloth. Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know where she got. I know one time, part of the time, she cooked rice and starched the clothes with the juice, the water off of the rice. It didn't make them as stiff as the cornstarch did.
One that washed on Monday, ironed on Tuesday by the tea towels. And now what tea towels say?
I forget. Could have, I don't know. But I don't remember. But I know we stayed out of school one day. Maddie and I did, and helped do the washer.
Did you know your grandparents?
Sure, knew Mama's grandparents, and I knew Papa's mama, but his daddy was dead. His daddy got killed in Civil War.
Were both your grandfathers in the Civil War?
Well, now, I don't think, no, my grandfather wasn't. On Mama's side, he wasn't, but Grandpa Hoover was. Got killed in Civil War. But Grandpa Hold'em had a brother that was in the Civil War.
Ever hear any stories about the war? What happened?
Yeah. You ought to go up to Earlene Hold'em's up at the city. James Keppa, that was this Grandpa's brother. He kept a diary, and Earlene has part of it up at her house.
Her name is Earlene
Yeah, I-R-L-E-N-E.
Hold'em,
Hold'em.
and she lives in Oklahoma City.
Yeah. I forget what, Uncle James, that's what they called him, Uncle James.
How do I contact her? How's the best, easiest way to get a hold of her?
Well, she's an old maid, she lives by herself.
Oh, okay.
She's 60,
Would she be in the phone book?
oh, sure. Her initials begins with I,
Okay. Alright,
and I forget.
what street does she live on? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Okay. What battle was your grandfather killed in?
I don't know. Papa had a brother, and his daddy both fought in the Civil War, and both were killed.
Did your father ever talk about coming to Oklahoma for the land run trip when he had his horse?
He came by himself. Oh, Papa did everything. He drove wagon for Wells Fargo for years before he ever thought about.
Tell me stories about that, being a wagon driver for Wells Fargo. Where did he do this?
I think he started out in Denver, and he went to Sacramento, California. He drove 3 or 4 teams of mules, and they had places where they stopped along, in different places.
What was he hauling?
Freight wagons, all I know. He just drove a freight wagon for Wells Fargo, and that's all I knew.
Ever talk about crossing the mountains?
No, he talked about the Indians.
Tell me about the Indians.
Well, he come from Denver down to Santa Fe, New Mexico. He freighted down there. Indians got after him one time. They got after him several times, but one time they got after him and they killed his teams. And the only way he saved his life was crawling between 2 of those dead mules until they had all left, and the other freight wagon come along and picked him up, because he wasn't the only one that was afraid. There were several men.
That was on the way to Santa Fe?
That was from Denver down to Santa Fe, somewhere in there.
How long did he drive the wagon to Wells Fargo?
That I don't know. But for several years, he even worked in gold mines in Colorado, Leadville, Colorado.
Did he talk about that?
Yeah.
Tell me about it. What did he tell you?
He didn't tell me anything. I just overheard him telling hard hands. Because he kept hard hand all the time in the wintertime. and they'd sit by the fireplace and talk. And that's where I heard most of it, all of it.
Okay. Any other stories that you remember him talking about Wells Fargo?
Hmm.
Where'd you start the school?
Clearbrook country school out there,
One-room school?
one-room schoolhouse, great old big one, sometimes as many as 65. Do I say kids or children?
How did the one teacher handle all the kids in one room?
They did better than these teachers do now, with just a little bitty dab.
How'd they do
I had an uncle, two uncles went to school one year. The year that there was 65 going, and that teacher's name was Mr. Prescott. And 3 of his children went to school there too. But he lived over closer to Enterprise Schoolhouse. But they come with him back and forth to school there.
How did he manage the kids?
Oh, he done good. And we had April Fool's Day. Part of the kids left. And when I saw Uncle John going, I went too. Well, I kept looking and looking, but Ma and Maddie never showed up. They were older than me. But I kept going with them, and then we stayed out till after time for school to close, and we went back home to the schoolhouse to get our coats. He had them all locked up in the library. Teacher did. But he never did punish us or anything for it.
How many years did you go to school?
I went 8 years at Clearbrook, 1 year at Noble, first year in high school at Noble, and 3 years at Norman High School.
What year did you graduate in Norman?
In 1916.
1960. Did you know, tell me some stories about the University of Oklahoma.
I don't know anything about the university.
Yeah. Did you know Dr. Boyd?
Which Boyd?
The one that's president. One of the early presidents.
No. Oh, I didn't know him.
What did you do for recreation in high school?
Well, we didn't have very much recreation. That is, we didn't. Me and my sisters. We went home and we stayed with, Papa's sister stayed with us. 1 year, we lived in her home with her 1 year in high school. Papa moved Mama and us kids all in one school term. And then the year Maddie and I graduated, we lived in a house with our cousin and his wife.
What did you do after high school?
I stayed at home with 1 year and helped Papa on the farm.
What did you do in the farm then?
We did everything. We planted corn, plowed corn, and he raised hogs. And Papa usually did the feeding of all the hogs himself. And now my brother, Lee, just younger than me, usually, while Papa was feeding the hogs, we were feeding the horses And the cows, I fed the cows and milked. And we had goats, we had cows, we had everything to take care of.
Did you use a walking plow or a sulky plow?
Both.
Both. How many acres could you plow with a walking plow in one day?
How much he did. I never did ride that sulky plow, that turning plow. And I never did run the lister. But I plowed, run the cultivator and the, what they call the go devil. If you know what that is.
Tell me about a goat devil.
It's got disc and it has runners like a sled, I guess. It's got runners, and then back here it's got disc on it, 3 on each side. And you took that go devil and you went right down, had the roll of corn or cotton or whatever it was, and those discs plowed the dirt and throwed it up against that, whatever row of stuff it was. Corn or maize, careful corn or peanuts or what.
Now, what does a lister do?
Oh, it just dug a big old furry like that and throwed out the dirt. And over here the same way. Now, Grandpa Hold'em, he planted corn down in that lister furry at his place. But Papa didn't. Papa, he used the lister and then he run the harrow over the lister and planted his cotton up on top of that ridge. Papa did. But his corn, he had a corn planter and it is on the level ground. He planted his corn on level ground. Except sometimes when he planted June corn, he used that lister and planted his June corn down in
What's
that
the
lister
difference
furry.
between
Huh?
corn? What is the difference between June corn and corn you plant in the spring?
Well, this June corn, the kind he had, it would make quicker.
It would.
And most of the time he planted it in June too. And it'd be good corn, and that was the corn he fed hogs most of the time. He raised lots of hogs, Papa did.
You help butcher?
Oh yeah, we butchered hogs all the time, butchered goat.
Tell me about butchering hogs.
Oh boy. It's always, we had a big old oak tree right outside the back door. 15, 20 feet. And it had big old limbs out on it, and so Papa put a brace like this up out there and then tied a pole from the old big tree out to the top of that brace. And whenever they butcher a hog, they hung it up there until they gutted it. And they left it hang, and they butchered another one until they'd butcher 4 or 5. Of course, all the neighbors was there helping too.
What was your chore in butchering hogs?
Keep the little kids away from them. And get every pigtail that they cut off. We roasted them in the fireplace. Wrapped them in paper and stick them in under there. Did sweet potatoes do the same way.
So you had pigtails and pigtails.
Yeah, us kids did. We did that to stay out of their way out there. When they,
Pigtails good?
yeah, they was still kids. They was real good.
Did you butcher beef?
No, I can't never remember Papa butchering a calf, not at all. But he sure did butcher a lot of goats, because we raised goats, and he butchered goats. We eat goat meat nearly every summer.
Tell me about chopping cotton.
It is hot. But anyhow, after you run this go devil over it, you know, and it's just a little narrow road there, well, you just went along with your hoe and just cut it out every so often. all along the road. And pick cotton.
How many pounds would you pick in a day?
I could pick 100 pounds. That was when we picked the cotton out of the burr. Not my brother next to me, but the one younger than him. We could pick 100 pounds of cotton just as easy as anything a day, and more some days. But that one brother, Lee, poor guy, he just worked himself to death and never did get 100 pounds in a day. But anyhow.
How many pounds would you pull?
Oh, I could pull 300, 400, 500 pounds of cotton in the burrs a day.
How big's a cotton sack?
3 feet long was what we got. We usually got 10 yards for a sack. And then we took part of it off and made a strap to go over your shoulder, sewed to it. And it come up in place of it being sewed together, you know, right there. Why, you slipped it down and let it stand up there so you wouldn't be a-missing when you put that cotton in that sack. Those cotton sacks were good to pick peas too. Papa planted lots of peas. We gathered peas. He had a granary and he filled that thing full of peas every fall.
How'd your mom and dad meet?
What's that cotton sack made of?
We called it cotton sack, and I don't know. I don't know.
How'd your parents meet? Oh, go ahead.
I didn't. All I ever heard it called was cotton sacking. That's all I ever heard it called.
Was it a heavy?
Yeah, real heavy material.
Yeah, real heavy cotton type.
Mm-hmm.
How'd your parents meet?
That I don't know.
Oh, you talked about the Hodum place being next to your.
Yeah, it was. Mm-hmm. When Grandpa Hodum came to Oklahoma, Papa, he bought the 160 acres right north of what Papa had. The 160 that Papa had. And Mama was the oldest one of those kids, that bunch of kids. And I don't know how they met. But being neighbors, I guess, that was it. I don't know what else. Grandma was a good cook, and probably Papa went over there to eat a whole lot. But she was 17 years old. Her birthday was the 5th of February. And she was 17 years old. And she and Papa got married on the 12th of March. And Papa was 39. He was 40 then in June.
What year were they married?
In 92, I believe. 92 or 93.
What did Norman look like when you were a small
Oh, it
girl?
wasn't nothing like it is now. They had, wagon yards for you when you come in town in the wagon, your team. They had wagon yards. And there wasn't any pavement on the street. They did have some of the stores. They had board walks in front of their stores. And then they got, later on, some of them got brick walks in front of their stores. They had brick buildings. And most all of them was wooden buildings when I was a kid.
How deep was the well on the farm?
Well, the first well Papa had there was a big old open dug well. lined up with rock. And he had a pump in it. Then later, he had a well digger come in there and dug a well about yay big around. And he put a pump in it. And you ought to live back that time. He had a three-legged windmill. Papa had a three, and it set off out there. And he had wires running to this pump here at this well. And that windmill would pump that water using those wires, you know. And then he also had a deal fixed up with a saw that sawed wood. And it's a round saw that. And Papa was one of the first ones out in there that ever did anything about, I can't even think, terracing. That's what I'm thinking,
Yeah.
terracing the land.
Did he run a sawmill then?
No, he never run a sawmill. He just sawed wood for the stove and fireplace. That's all he ever used that saw for.
I've heard people talk about stove wood and washwood.
Washwood.
Is there a difference between?
And I guess that washwood, I guess, was what we used for the fireplace. We poked it under that black iron pot when he did water to wash.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that was what you call washwood. I never heard it called that. Just wood.
You have play parties around here?
They used to have a lot of dances back then. Papa and Mama would load us kids up into a wagon and we'd go for 2 or 3 miles to somebody's house to a dance. Papa was a good dancer.
He was.
But
What kind of music would they have?
They had fiddles, guitars.
Remember any songs they played? So how long did you stay on the farm?
I stayed on the farm till I married. I married a man that lived on a farm.
What year did you get married?
1917,
1970.
in June of 1917.
Did he have to go to the war?
He went to Demings, New Mexico, and they discharged him and sent him back.
Why'd they discharge him?
He was missing 2 fingers when he was a kid. When he had a shotgun when he shouldn't have, and he had his fingers in a double-barrel shotgun. He shot him off. But he passed here. He went through just as nice as you please to go to the service, but when they got him down to Demings, New Mexico, they sent him back home. Because he didn't have a trigger finger, they told him.
Where was his farm?
We rented. We didn't own. We rented first one place and then another around. He lived out, was 6 miles from the home place. Rented a farm that the owner was Joe Walker. That was East Bennett. And then we moved down on, they called the Hale place, and I don't know who owned it. Some people by the name of Hale, I suppose. They called it the Hale place. And then when we left the Hale place, Papa had had a stroke. And so they decided that all the kids needed to go to school, and Papa wasn't able to work anymore on the farm. Why, we moved over there. George and I did. And Mama and Papa bought a place in Noble and moved to Noble and put the kids in school, kept the kids in school at Noble.
What was your husband's name?
George Ragsdale.
Did you and he do any work to support the war effort during the war?
I don't know whether we did or didn't. I don't guess we did. I don't remember what we did, if we did.
Did the price
Too busy having to tell me.
did the price of farm goods go up during the war?
The cotton did. Cotton went up. Price of cotton did. And the price of meat went up. Hog meat, it went up. No, whenever Papa was selling all of those hogs, raising them, he did good if he got 4.5 or 5 cents a pound for his hogs. And he had to haul them to Norman in wagons. They didn't have no trucks or anything then. But now, what Papa got for one wagon load of hogs, why, you can sell one hog for that amount now.
Do you remember Statehood Day? 1907.
Not, I knew that there was a statehood day, but I don't know what happened. Yeah, I'm 9 years old, but I didn't. That didn't register with me.
What about Armistice Day?
Yeah.
Tell me about that day when the war ended.
I guess everybody was talking and visiting on the telephone and congratulating everybody. And one of these uncles of mine was coming home, and the neighbors' boys, some of their sons, two of their sons came home. 1, 2, 3 or 4, there's a whole bunch of the boys there in Clearbrook District that all came back home from that. There was two or three. The Canfield boy, Claude Canfield, got killed over there, and Justin Ryder got killed. There's an old lady you ought to go see, Mrs. Ethel Ryder.
Ethel who?
Ryder,
R-Y-D-E-R?
R-I-D-E-R.
Is that here in town?
Uh-huh. And she's 100 years old. And she could tell you a whole lot, I bet you. But now, if she's still, she may be like me, don't remember it as much as a lot of people think we should.
Where does she live here in town?
I believe she lives on Comanche Street, back in the southeast part, back there.
You know.
No, I don't think she knows her. Her picture was in the paper here a while back, her 100th birthday.
Flu epidemic.
Oh, yeah. A lot of them. A lot of the people died with that. But my brother, just younger than me, was in Kansas City, going to a mechanical school of some kind, and he got it while he was there. Mama went up there and stayed with him and then brought him home. And a lot of the neighbors lost one out of the family, a lot of them, with the flu. No, none of my brothers and sisters, none of my cousins. I don't know how it happened, but anyhow, but a lot of the neighbors did.
How many brothers and sisters did you have?
Had 4 brothers, 6 brothers. I had 6 brothers and 5 sisters, 4 sisters. There's 11 of us, on whatever you can figure it out. Yeah, there's Maud and Maddie and me and Ruth and Lydia. There's 5 sisters, and Lee, Willie, John, David, Lloyd, and Marvin. 6 brothers. And all of us that were living were together on the 27th of September.
This month, that's the last one.
Last, about a month ago. Hardly a month ago. All come back here for a Holden reunion. We were all together. Bunch of cousins, woo-wee.
Tell me about the Depression, 1930s.
I
How'd
was-
that affect you and your family?
We were married, I was married. I had a baby born in 1930. My last baby boy was born in 1930. But we didn't know we were poor. We raised everything we ate. If you had a cow, a few cows and sold cream or sold butter, and had chickens and sold eggs, why the butter and the eggs and the cream would buy flour and coffee, salt, what you need, and the rest you raised it. We raised butter beans by the sacks full in the hull, and then had to shell them.
Ever think about going to California?
We went to California and stayed 2 years, but that was for 51.
Oh, that was after the Depression.
Oh, yeah.
What'd you do in California?
He worked on a farm. They called it a ranch, but it was a farm in our, like we had farms back here.
Did you work on the farm too? And
Oh, yeah.
what'd you do out there in California?
Pulled beans. They raised beans. That's the guy we worked for. He had a lot of beans. And we pulled beans. And I quilted out there, same as I do here. In the winter, fall, when there wasn't nothing to do. Of course, that time you didn't go and gather beans unless you just wanted them for a mess to eat cook. Because the thrashers went in there and got everything.
Well, I'm trying to think what else.
Right. When didn't you and your husband both work at Central State Hospital?
Yeah, 1 year.
Oh, 1 year?
1 year out there. Just,
What'd you do out there?
we worked on TB ward. Took care of. Well, went to work out there. He went to work on TB ward, and I worked over on Hope Hall. And then I had to have my knee operated on, so I was out 2 or 3. Oh, I was out, I guess, about 2 months. And then I went back to work. I went back on Hope Hall, on the TB ward with George.
So how many kids do you have? Or children do you have?
I had 4 boys and 4 girls. And at that time, why, there was only the 2 girls at home, 2 youngest ones.
Can you say their names as fast as you did your brothers and sisters?
Dolores, well, the oldest one, Arlene, died when she was almost 3 years old. And there was Arlene, Dolores, Dwayne, Melvin, Charles, G.W. He's born on his daddy's birthday. Marie and Serval.
They all live around here?
Dwayne lives in Oklahoma City. And Charles, I call him Babe, he lives in Midwest City. Melvin lives down at Noble. He has something to do with the Moose Lodge down here, Norman Moose Lodge. And they both, Babe and Melvin, both stayed in service for 20 some odd years. And GW, lives in Sacramento, and Sarah Bell lives in Nevada.
Tell me about the quilts you're making.
Well, it's for a grandson. It's going to go to Spain when I get it done.
Go to Spain.
Yep. And every I get it finished, well, he'll go to Spain because he wanted me to make him a wedding ring quilt.
Was he getting married?
Yes, he's been married and all of his kids. No, his son's not married. But his youngest child was 18 last spring.
What's his job?
Works for the and a tinker as in commissaries for the
Air Force?
Army, Air Force. Yeah.
How many different quilt patterns do you have?
I imagine I've got 50 or 60.
And how many quilts do you make in a year?
Well, I've pieced 2 and quilted them of this same pattern this year, and I'm going to finish this one up next month, I hope, so he can get it before Christmas.
No, everything's done by hand?
Everything of those 3, yeah, it's all done by hand. I could do it on machine, but I don't know.
So how long have you had your quilting frames up here?
Well, they put them up about 2 years ago. My son and son-in-law, my daughter in Nevada was back here, and they stayed a couple of months. And while they were back here, he and his son Dwayne put those frames up, the deals, because they wouldn't let you. You couldn't hang anything from the ceiling because it's metal, and then that little thin layer of stuff there.
Well, they look like they're old frames.
Oh, they are. Those frames are old.
How long have you had them?
Ever since right after we got married. I made a quilt. We got married in June, and I quilted a quilt that fall. And he bought those quilting frames then.
Anything else?
There's that picture of them, my granddaughter, the big one. She painted it. And this one here.
Well, I think we have a good interview.
Aren't you one of the original residents here after this place was built?
It opened in March, and I moved sometime first part of March, and I moved in on 16th of March,
What year?
82.
82. Well, Mr.
That-
Ragsdale. Oh, go ahead.
It's opened up in March of 82. That's when it opened up.
Well, I want to thank you.
You're welcome. If you can make any sense out of what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what kind of mischief did you get into as a little girl?
I'll tell you. I had 2 brothers that were younger than me, and what they couldn't think of, I did.
So what'd y'all do?
We had to hoe corn, and one time, that's the first time and only time I ever knew Papa whipping one of us kids. We had a school teacher that showed us kids all how to pick up a snake without letting it bite you. And yeah, you could get a hold of it and sling it and pop its head off. Well, anyhow, we was hoeing corn one day and we found this snake. And Lee always had, he wore these little denim jumpers, and they had pockets in them. He had some string in that pocket, and we found this snake, and we tied that string around that lower jaw with that back behind his teeth, layered him to a cornstalk, and it's a great long rose, but we tied him down that close to the creek, and to a cornstalk, and we'd hoe and come back and play with that snake, hoe again. And when Mama hollered at us to come in for dinner, I don't know why. We didn't have sense enough to leave that snake tied there at that cornstalk, but we didn't. We took it to the house. Lee took it out of his pocket and tied it to the windmill leg. Well, Mama had an old hen out there with some chickens in a little closed-in place. And we was all sitting down at the table to eat dinner. And that old hen let loose. Mama says, it's a snake. And here Papa went. Well, when he saw the snake, he saw the string. And he called Lee. And I'll never forget that as long as I live. He never said a word to me and to Willie. Because we was just as deep in the mire as Lee was. But he whipped Lee. And Willie and I, we couldn't finish dinner. We just got up, went out the front door, and I sat on one end of the front porch and Willie on the other end. Directly here, after we got through eating, Mama come out there, and she said, uh-huh. Both are just guilty as Lee. We were just as guilty as Lee was. And on a lot of afternoons, on Sunday afternoons, we'd climb a tree. The willow trees, you know, were more limber. They'd just run big old limbs out, and we'd climb them and get way out on the end of it, you know, and ride it up and down. We had a lot of fun. But we also had a big old swing at the barn where it was a hip roof barn, and Papa fixed up a rope up there for us, and we'd run all of the cows and the horses out and shut up the gates and all, and we could get in there and swing. But we always had to run the horses and cows out if they were any there. I lived a happy life. We were poor, but we didn't know. We were just as happy as anybody.
She's always in a good mood.
Full of the dickens stuff.
Tell me some
Sweet.
more mischief you got into. What else you did? What'd you do at school?
Well, I played ball and all of that at recess time and dinner time, but I didn't get into any mischief at school. I was afraid the teacher would whip me. But now when Mama and the neighbor lady always on Saturday afternoon went to lodge down to Denver store. So one afternoon, why, here come Viola and Ira and Wiley, Bowles, up to our house. We always waded the creek. They come up there, and so I don't know where that older sister of mine was. She wasn't there because she'd have sure got me. And I told him I was going to operate on a pointy toad.